15th, 2024, payday for a lot of people. Nice.
Hey.
Tanner, Drew, and Laura, we are live. What's going on?
Ow.
Trash Bandits, that's what's going on. Trash Bandits is on Saturday, my boys and girls.
It has reached the time.
This Saturday, we saddle up, put together the posse, and start cleaning up this town.
Sometimes you gotta strap your boots on.
Yeah.
Just get out there, partner.
Now, with boots, what kind of socks do you wear? Just normal socks?
Yeah,
you
or
can't
like,
wear ankle socks with boots.
No.
Good question, because anything that in my mind, if the shoe goes around those little bones, your little ankle bones, you gotta have a longer sock.
I mean, I have a problem when I wear my Jordans, my high-top Jordans with ankle socks.
You can't be wearing ankle socks with those. You got to get special, like, crew socks.
Yeah, I have no other socks other than ankle socks.
You got to invest in
that happens to me too. Like I'll go to throw on a hardcore boot to pressure wash or something ankles.
Yeah, same with my hiking boots. Same
You'll
thing.
end up needing moleskin. It's not a good idea.
Oh,
it
you
just
know what?
happens.
hiking boots. You got to wear like thick socks.
And I got my work boots that I'm gonna have to wear Saturday at Trash Bandits. So you're right, Laura. I probably should go get some decent socks.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna be long socking.
That's right. You
That's
better.
how
You got to take care of your feet when you're a Trash Bandit.
Long socks.
We need people to help clean up the city. We're gonna put together a team on Saturday morning. It's Earth Day. It's also 420. Coming out with your, weed brownies. You're gonna have to supply yourself. But it'll be fun because we're just gonna start picking up garbage, and we're gonna put a dent in the littering in this area, and just make yourself feel better. And it'll help you write off some hours if you've got some community service you got to get completed.
That's true.
And if you can't afford weed, you can get high on the vibes, bro. You're gonna come away feeling like you smoked something, whether you do or don't.
Yeah.
So sign up to be a Trash Bandito now. We need to know how many grippers and bags to bring. 1059thebrew.com. The spots are filling up, which is a good problem to have. Spots are filling up, so.
Get in where you fit in.
Yeah, 1059thebrew.com. So much going on this morning, guys.
Yeah. We got all sorts of wild and crazy stuff going on.
You gotta say all sorts of wild and crazy stuff.
Yeah, all sorts of wild and crazy shenanigans.
As you board the workday wagon and head out to the
Yeehaw.
fields.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
We've got tickets to go see System of a Down and Deftones today. Holy crap.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Where they playing?
That's in San Francisco, actually, at the Golden Gate Park.
This is gonna be like a monumental occasion. The fact that it's at that park. And they're allowing a ton of people there.
And from what I understand, your transportation, that's all on you?
Yes.
Like, you've got to figure that out, right?
But look,
we're going to get you... How often do you get tickets to a show like this?
Right. Tickets are going to be expensive.
They're going to sell out.
They're going to sell out immediately. And you've got until August to figure out whether you're going to drive, fly, what the situation is.
Right.
So it's going to be a good show you won't want to miss.
All this week, we've got tickets to go see System of a Down and Deftones, which is going to be a dope show. And at 7:30 this morning, you'll have your first chance to win those tickets. Also, speaking of winning things, Cash Karen's back. You may have heard a few minutes ago.
Oh, yeah.
Cash Karen's keyword played for your shot at $1,000. If you missed it, we'll give it to you again right after the news.
Brew News. Brought to you by Hulu Plus Live TV. Switch today to watch over 95 live channels. Now, here's Laura.
Well, O.J. Simpson died on Wednesday at the age of 76 after a battle with cancer.
It's how I feel too, kids. It's how I feel too.
Wow. Last week we'd been talking about...
Okay, listen. I don't want anybody to die. My mom's suffering from it, or just recently was suffering from cancer. So that is the worst part of it.
Cancer's the worst thing that ever came about.
But I mean,
it happened
karma,
it happened to probably the right person, because if you feel how I feel about the guy, that he's guilty, then I felt like karma got him. Laura, you're right.
What goes around comes around.
Right.
Yeah.
And I just imagine him.
I don't think you'll find many people defending OJ post-mortem.
I just imagine, I just imagine him with Satan right now and a pineapple.
It's a good visual.
Yeah.
The thing is, though,
I can't stop thinking about it.
Well,
actually.
we were talking last week about how we were hoping they were going to open up his brain and see if he had CTE.
Open it up!
Open it up! Well, a representative for his estate has since told the New York Post that OJ is going to be cremated tomorrow, and there's no plan to donate his brain to science.
Yeah, I had a feeling that wasn't going to happen.
His
The
attorney
family's going to be
said,
like, nah.
testing for CTE, not happening. Not happening. 2 words. So.
That's interesting. It's too bad that the because he wasn't a ward of the state.
Yeah.
If he was incarcerated, they would own his brain.
Sure. Yeah. So unfortunate because that would have been interesting, but his family and his attorney says no way. So the dream is gone. Alex Garland's Civil War. Tanner, I don't know if you went to see this movie over the weekend.
I didn't, unfortunately,
you
but I
did
heard
not.
a lot of my friends saw it, and all of them said it was awesome.
Yeah, well, not only did it win the box office, it surpassed expectations. It made $25.7 million. It's the biggest R-rated opening of the year to date and a record for A24. It also unseated Godzilla versus Kong.
I hear now that Kirsten Dunst could be a shoo-in for a nomination.
Really?
An Oscar nomination.
Sure. Yeah, I could see that.
Why is there such a gap in like big box office numbers? Like 27 million, that's great, but it's not 100 like these other movies.
Yeah.
So like why is it? Is
Yeah,
it that
it was
big a
so
gap?
cheap.
Because
I think it's so cheap to make, and
Yeah,
and the
maybe
rated
because
R, is it that? Does that hurt it that much?
I'm sure it does. Yeah, rated R movies definitely don't make as much as PG-13.
Well,
Yeah.
God, it seems like it's crippling.
And also, I feel like there's a franchise of movies that you expect to make a ton of money, like if a Marvel film or something like that were to come out. But this is
They're all,
just like
"Ew."
Civil War. Like, what is that?
Yeah, small
New
budget.
content?
When it
Yeah.
beats expectations with a small budget, it gets attention.
It's impressive.
So if someone just wrote a good movie? No. We need to
I'd be like,
remake something.
I don't believe it. And finally,
Doesn't sound like this director will do it again, though. He says he's done. He wants to be like.
oh, you think so?
I mean,
That's what he said.
yeah,
I feel
that's
like
what Quentin
he's
Tarantino
kind
says
of,
too. I don't believe it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think this guy is so good, like just like in this lane of like weirdness. So
Someone's gonna throw a bucket of money at him, and he'll
Yeah.
find a project he'll want to.
yeah,
he'll want to do.
we will see. Finally, one last thing. The deadline to file your taxes is today. So if you've been procrastinating, you've got till 11:59 to get that done or to file an extension to push that deadline for another 6 months. But either way, make something happen.
I had a friend who was just like, "Yeah, I don't have them done yet," and this was Saturday night.
It's like, dude, it doesn't take, like, unless you have a very complicated, like, tax situation, like, it doesn't take that long. Just
Yeah.
do your taxes.
And you can still cross the finish line. Like if you like to have them handled by someone else, you're pretty screwed. But
Right.
you could TurboTax today.
I'm like, I go, yeah, I got my taxes done. I'm pretty relieved about it. It's Friday, it's Monday at midnight, I think. And she goes, yeah, I just haven't gotten mine done yet. I think I should probably call my accountant.
Oh,
And I go,
All
it's
right, well,
Saturday
yeah,
night. You have until midnight.
I don't
Monday.
know if your accountant's going to be able to help you very much.
Yeah.
you might get a good laugh.
Yeah.
doing. But anyway, yeah, get your taxes done.
I'm sure she's not
clock
the
is
only
ticking.
one. So, yeah, you've got till tonight. More on those stories, 1059thebrew.com.
Thank you much. All right, this hour's keyword for your chance at $1,000 from the Cash Karen is bank.
Ooh.
Bank. So log on right now. You can do this on your cell phone or your desktop, but it takes less than 30 seconds to enter, so why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah, way faster than doing your taxes.
You're right.
You would pad that paycheck that you just got and make it some funny money.
That's right.
Bank1059thebrew.com. As soon as you enter that keyword, keep an eye on your cell phone because you could call you back in minutes with the $1,000 could be yours right now.
Holy cannoli.
Holy cannoli is right. The Cash Karen is back. She is angry. She just got her hair cut like Kate Gosselin, and she wants to speak to your manager. She also wants to give you $1,000. Mm-hmm. This hour's keyword is bank. So log on to 1059thebrew.com right now. As soon as you get there, a box will pop up. Type in the keyword bank, and you could score $1,000. Drew's got sports coming up next. What do you have?
The Blazers season is over, but what's next for the team? We'll let you know.
That's coming up on the other side of Tom Petty. Happy Monday. It's 6:24.
One, two, three.
And now, Brew's Sports.
Damn it, you gotta catch that ball.
Here's Drew.
Well, the Trailblazers season is officially over, and, you know, at the beginning of the year, half on accident, I was, let's just say, maybe slightly served a beverage or two, and I was putting together football parlays, and I thought that I had a separate ticket where I was looking at the Blazers, whether to take the over-under, and I parlayed it on accident with a win that night, so I was like, where's my money? And I went and looked and was like, oh, wait, you parlayed that with the Blazers winning 27 games this year. I was like, okay, well, it's a long game, but that'll be easy. Here we are. 82 games in. They won 21 of them.
Oh, no. Well,
Season
so close.
over. Last night, too, you guys. Why did we have to not just lose the games? We have to be historic. Remember, though, like, losing by 50 and, like, these games. Yesterday, Delano Banton, which none of our actual starters or people you know their name played, all kind of random dudes. He took 15 threes and set a record by hitting 0 of them. Not a good look when friends are sending you news alerts about record-breaking performances of 0 and 15. Something a little brighter, though. The Masters was yesterday.
Yeah.
Scotty Scheffler closes with 68 and wins his second Masters in his 20s. He's actually the 18th person to win it twice, which blows my mind. But they've been playing this thing for like almost 100 years. He goes green jacket, but the big question was to Scotty, all right, well, your wife is super pregnant. You're about to have a baby. Are you going to be able to keep these Tiger Woods-like numbers up? Or are you going to slow it down? He said this.
I still love competing. My priorities will change here very soon. You know, my either son or daughter will now be the main priority along with my wife. So golf will now be, probably fourth in line. But I still love competing. I don't plan on taking my eye off the ball anytime soon, that's for sure.
It's the best player in golf. Should have put my money there instead of that 82 game, 21 and whatever. There's your sports.
Thank you very much. All right. You have until 7 o'clock this morning to get this hour's keyword in for your shot at $1,000 from the Cash Karen. Karen! Woohoo! This hour's keyword is bank. So log on to 1059thebrew.com. As soon as you get there, a box will pop up. Type in the keyword bank, and we could call you back within minutes with $1,000. Good luck from Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Cause I'm a picker, I'm a cleaner, I'm a Earth Day street teamer, picking the trash up in the sun. I'm a bandit, I gotta hand it to the brew who planned it. 1059 is number one. Woo, woo.
Yeah, Trash Bandits is Saturday, which is Earth Day. What a perfect day for it.
Oh, yeah.
It's also 420, whatever you want to celebrate. Come on out. Help pick up some garbage and clean up the city just a little bit. Every time I drive around, I just see garbage everywhere. And you know what's crazy? You guys were talking about it off the air in the studio this morning. How quickly the spots will pop up.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you'll pass by one spot that just a week ago there was nothing there.
Yeah.
Now there is just a circle of garbage.
Yeah, a lot of times it's like you go by once, you're like, oh, new tent. And then by the time you drive by the same spot that same afternoon, it's just like, it's a trash dump. You're like, how did you accumulate this much garbage in such a short amount of time?
Why does the garbage look like it's been chewed to pieces?
Because it probably has been. I think in many cases it has been.
I think they get rabid like super late night. Somebody's chewing stuff up.
If you want to help clean up the city and put a dent in the littering in the town and just the garbage that's accumulated in certain spots, we're going to be cleaning up Montevilla Park Saturday morning between 9 a.m. and 11:30.
Yep.
And we could use your help. The more the merrier, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got, I think, 120 spots open, and the spots are filling up quickly. So sign up now to be a trash bandit. We need to know how many grippers and bags to bring. 1059thebrew.com is the website. And I think you probably have until Friday, I guess.
Yeah. And remember to sign up everybody that you intend to bring.
Yeah.
And I think we've got some soccer games on Saturday, but I think that my kids might be making a second appearance at Trash Bandits.
Oh, nice.
Because we're working on learning these lessons.
Good.
For sure.
Good lessons for kids to learn.
Good family activity.
Just sign up, 1059thebrew.com, and be a picker just like McD here.
Cause I'm a picker, I'm a cleaner, I'm a Earth Day street teamer.
I'm a Thursday street team. You wrote it, McD.
These are your hits.
You wrote the parody. Laura was suggesting that we put a compilation together, like McD's greatest hits.
Now that's what I call McD.
That's really good. Yeah, it was
Not bad.
a good holiday mix. Maybe.
Exactly. Yeah.
So recently, I loved this last night. I was having a good giggle. You know when you find something on the internet and it just hits you at the right time and you're laughing at the dumbest things?
Yeah.
This was the wackiest pet names, the finalists.
Okay.
The wacky pet name finalists. Now, I didn't want a wacky pet name when I was looking for Cooper's name.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Pretty
looking for
standard pet name.
But you've had some in the past. You had a Snickers. You had
I don't want to consider that wacky though. I guess it's a little wacky.
You had another, other ones named after things. Like, what were those other ones named?
Dexter was named after
Dexter.
Dexter, the killer.
And was there a Biddy?
There's Biddy, and that's who I
the
have
cat.
now. Yeah, and that's because she was itty bitty when I got her. So
and now she's
fat.
Yeah.
She's obese.
So now it's funny.
And her belly
because you're
drags
like,
in the ground.
Why do you call her Biddy?
Now it's almost like when you call somebody, like, remember when they used to call that big dude tiny, and he wasn't tiny at all?
Exactly.
So,
But Cooper's a good level playing field name.
yeah.
It's a good name you can yell off the front porch.
I
too.
laughed. I was laughing at some of these pet names. Some of these are pretty clever. These wacky pet name finalists for 2024.
All right.
And if you're struggling to find a name for your pet, maybe this will help. Doc Polladay was one of them.
Stop.
It's a good dog's name.
What do you? I
Okay.
mean, you just call it Doc then?
Doc, is Paul, you just wanted Paul in the name? Is that what's going
It's
on?
just pretty clever.
Polladay. So
Polladay.
instead of
It's P-A-W.
right.
Oh, Pa. Okay.
Pa,
I was like,
it's-
why are you
it's a
putting
play on
Paul in there?
words.
I get it.
I'm like, Paul, who's Paul?
I love this one. This dog's name was called. The name is Boots with the Fur.
Oh, nice. I like
That's
that.
good.
I like that.
One of the other finalist names was Chug Pickles
Chug
Chug
Pickles.
Pickles.
for a dog. I think it's a good dog
wonder-
name. Chug Pickles.
But I
Come
wonder
here,
how they came up with that.
I'd like to know what the Chug looks like.
Yeah.
It's got to be low to the ground. And
Maybe it's a Chug Pug
Yeah.
Pug.
Sometimes dogs don't have just simple names like Chug. Sometimes it's Little Richard Simmons sweating to the oldies.
Ooh.
It's the full name for the dog. Little Richard Simmons sweating to the oldies.
I expect to see this dog with like leg warmers and a sweatband on.
Or like shorts, like the little awkward shorts that Simmons used to wear.
Oh yeah.
Dude, somebody else named their dog the News.
The news.
Come here, the news.
The news.
And now the news, and it's just dinner time.
The news is always bad. Maybe this dog poops on the carpet.
Maybe that is it. Maybe
very
that's
true.
it. Yeah.
So that's some wacky dog names for 2024. Those are some of the finalists. For cats, you have names.
Well, out of those dogs, who are you taking as the victory? Maybe Chug.
I like Chug Pickles.
Chug Pickles would have been
pretty good.
my first guess.
Okay.
Some
take.
the other wacky cat names are Car Alarm.
Car alarm.
I bet they make such a gnarly noise.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe that.
yeah.
Yeah, they named it
'Cause
after it.
my cat's annoying. Like it goes, meow.
Yeah.
And I just want to
Mine
yeet
too.
it into the street.
I know.
She's so annoying. I love her, but God in heaven.
Man, I couldn't rename my kid's car alarm. You know, like when they just go,
Right.
that one, I can't even do the octave they do.
Kids, pets, it works.
Meownays is another cat name. That's a finalist for the wacky cat names.
Meownays.
Like mayonnaise, but
Yeah, but
meownaise.
Meownays.
Meownays.
There's also Itty Bitty Kitty Committee.
I like that.
I see what they're doing.
Yeah.
And someone named their cat Samsung Family Hub Refrigerator. I don't know what's going on there, but that is the full name. Samsung Family Hub Refrigerator.
Okay.
We'll have a list of all the pet names, all the wacky pet names. Oh, like Steph Purry. That's another one.
Oh,
Hey,
Steph
now we're
Curry.
talking.
See, that's great.
See, I like that one.
Yeah.
1059thebrew.com if you want to see the full list. But yeah, there you go.
So did they just look that last family with the Samsung refrigerator or whatever? Did they just look at their list of Wi-Fi connections and they're like,
They must
yeah,
have been
that's
in their
good.
kitchen and just
or
started
like
looking at things.
Bluetooth? Yeah.
You know, like when
Yeah.
like when was it Anchorman? He's just like lamp, lamp. It's the same thing. They're coming up with a name. They were in the kitchen. They saw the refrigerator.
People get weird with their names. Laura's two cats, if you put them together, it's like a sex position. Harry Geezer. Harry and Geezer.
Wow,
that's
wow! I
gross.
never thought of
Yeah,
it that
look
way.
it up. You
Oh,
don't
the
wanna-
Harry Geezer.
You don't want to be a part of it.
Yikes!
She made me do the Harry Geezer last night. I'm never going to be the same now.
it's over.
Emotional, damn it.
Harry Geezer.
Oh my!
Yeah,
Just in the corner crying after that.
can't believe you. You went through with it.
So there you go. 1059thebrew.com if you want to see the full list. We'll have it online in just a few minutes. This hour's keyword. You have until 7 a.m. to get this hour's keyword in for your shot at $1,000 from the Cash Karen, who is back.
Yeah.
The keyword is bank. Go to 1059thebrew.com and enter that keyword now for your shot at $1,000.
Now, what's trending? Fueled by Columbia Heating and Cooling, raising your expectations of comfort.
Well, if you've ever fantasized about identical twins
Yeah.
or getting with identical twins, this could be the OnlyFans account for you.
Okay.
All right.
These identical twins, I guess, share an OnlyFans account together.
All right.
And they also say that their boyfriends are jealous of their relationship.
Okay.
I
well,
feel like regardless of the OnlyFans portion of this, don't you think that that might be the case for anyone they're in a relationship with ever? Because I mean, like twins, they've got like this super
They got the
strong
bond.
relationship, right? Which you can never have. Like nobody else can ever experience that, you know?
no matter how much you try and wine and dine them, they're still like, nah, I choose them.
Yeah.
And you've seen twins that are oddly close. This is, I think, a little too close, though. April and Amelia from Australia, they set up their OnlyFans account back when they were 18 after working at a local gentleman's club together.
That's always a little awkward when you sign up right at 18 and you have experience in a gentleman's club.
Yeah.
It's like,
I just think anything sexual with a relative is just odd. You
It's
know,
a
it doesn't
lot.
matter.
Well, I mean, they
it's
can't.
a lot when you're nearly a child to be doing this.
Right. Yeah. But I guess they figured, hey, why work at a strip club when I could do this and
It's
actually
exactly what
not
they said.
talk to
Good money.
anyone?
They realized they could make much more money online. Now they're 20, and the twins continue to live and work together, as well as considering each other to be number one in each other's lives. So
Yeah.
even if they've got a boyfriend, the boyfriend's still number two because they're
Blood is thicker than water.
their bond is really, really strong. Obviously, they say, quote, "We are really, really close, and when the boyfriends come into the mix, we spend less time together one-on-one," she said. Amelia has admitted to getting jealous in the past if her sister was dating while she was single because it meant
Yeah.
April was spending a lot of time with him and not as much time with her.
Mm-hmm.
We always want to feel we are top priority in each other's lives.
It'd be so weird, too, if you are the boyfriend. You kind of have to, you got to make your girlfriend happy and then appease the twin.
Right.
You know, like you still have to keep them happy with you because or else they're going to talk you right out of the room.
Exactly. But you'd think that like if their twin was like, hey, I don't really like your boyfriend, she'd be like, okay, see you later. Bye, Steve.
But
Done.
how much money are we talking about doing twinning?
They don't say, but if you come and look at their picture, they are gorgeous.
And I can't
they
imagine
do look
they're
identical.
doing, and they can't be doing like sexual stuff together because that's
illegal,
problematic,
right? Can't be taping
So,
that, and it's
yeah.
just gross. Forget
Yeah,
the legal
it's- yeah.
stuff.
So,
So
maybe
there
they,
they are.
maybe they just take pictures.
I would hope that it's just photos and
Yeah, I mean, but who's paying for that?
Creeps.
I mean, yeah, true.
and horny people.
What happens? How do people who look like that end up in an adult gentleman's club at 18? And I mean, to the OnlyFans, fine, that's your entrepreneurial thing. But
I always
like, they
imagine
don't
some
look-
creeper like approached him.
I bet because
you
I
turn
bet
18,
they're,
would
I
you
bet
like to
they're,
work for
yeah,
me?
I bet they're attractive twins. They were probably out at a bar somewhere, and some sleazy dude, bar owner, was like, "Hey,
Yeah.
ladies, I know where you
Yeah.
can make some quick cash."
most pretty girls have like the whole not a chance factor. If you
Yeah.
were to say that to
They
them.
probably flashed some dollars at him, right? Like you could be making so much money.
Yeah,
Old greasy Stan got him into
Yeah.
onto
and
the
they're
stage.
like, they're probably like,
too bad.
they're probably like going to school to be like doctors or something. They're like, how can I pay for this in the quickest possible way?
It's safer though. For
Or
them.
could we just maybe they just don't really want to work.
Yeah.
Maybe just clocking in isn't for them. They just
but I
figure
mean,
like hanging out in a
it's-
bikini on a couch
it's
all day.
still work. I mean, even
better.
taking foot pictures, I was like, this is too much.
Is it
Like,
a
we
lot?
I
got
want to
two
do
people
it.
that do all the tagging though, which is nice.
That's true. Yeah.
And someone else to take the picture. It's like you have a built-in
That is,
tripod.
yeah, no, that is true. Yeah, that's a good point.
Lucky.
Well, we'll put a link to them up online if you want to see it.
If you want to contribute to their college fund.
Madison Twins, I guess, is what they are on Instagram.
It's probably safer than the poll, right? If they're at the house, that less contact with the creep.
Totally.
Yeah, plus I would imagine those polls being pretty germy. 1059thebrew.com is the website. While you're there, you're going to see a box that pops up when you get there, and you should type in a keyword to win. What is that keyword? Well, we're going to give you another one coming up right after Days of the New.
Oh.
As soon as you hear it, you got to log on to 1059thebrew.com and enter that keyword to win $1,000 from the Cash Karen. She's back. She wants to hook you up with some cash coming up next. Also, in less than 10 minutes, another edition of Missed Connections, hopefully bringing some people together this morning. It's 1059 The Brew, Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Happy Monday. All right, Trash Bandits is Saturday, Earth Day. We're going to be cleaning up Montevilla Park between 9 a.m. and 11:30. Sign up to be a Trash Bandito at 1059thebrew.com. I got the I got the Trash Panda costume for Beefwater.
Yes. You sent us a picture of that. I believe just the hood
No,
of
it's
it, right?
it's the whole.
Packed in the bag.
It's the whole thing. The whole thing's like, what is it when they suck the air out of it?
Yeah,
Vacuum
vacuum
sealed.
sealed.
Vacuum
But I
sealed,
mean,
yeah.
that's the only part we could really see from the picture was the
It-
panda face.
It honestly
or the
looks like
trash-
just straight roadkill.
Yeah, no, it's like it's
costume.
smushed like that, yeah.
It'll
But
be perfect.
He will be wearing that costume at Trash Bandits on Saturday. I guess there's going to be numerous people in Trash Panda costumes and like raccoon costumes.
Oh, that's great. Who else is dressing as a trash panda?
Big John and I think Toph the Loaf said he was going to show up in some sort of costume.
Mm-hmm. There's rumors that people are going to show up dressed as prisoners, too. I was like, where did that even arrive from?
The community service. They're taking it a bit too far.
Okay.
It's
Yeah. Clackamas County Jail.
a work release program.
Yeah, it's a program. We're going to work together
Hey,
with them.
strength in numbers, however we fill the
Right.
team.
Sign up if you want to clean up the city, help it look a little bit better, make yourself feel good about it. And
That's right.
if you need to write off some community service hours, this is the spot.
Mm-hmm.
1059thebrew.com. Let's do this.
And now, Missed Connections with Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
All right, we're going to hopefully bring some people together. These are real missed connections that we got on Craigslist in the Portland, Vancouver, and Salem area,
That's right.
right?
That's right.
And yeah, some of these are pretty good today. Would you like to go first, Laura?
Sure, I'll go first. Let's start with Put Me In, Coach. You, a babe working at Hungry Tiger, wearing an incredible t-shirt that said something about being a coach on the front. I asked if I could take a photo of the back of it. Me, absolutely feral about your shirt, unwilling to do a hard flirt with someone while they're working, very interested in doing a hard flirt with you while you aren't working. Switch.
That's a smart move. I don't think it's good to flirt with people when when they're on the job.
Yeah.
It feels weird.
Yeah, and to be the person on the offense, like if they're being nice to you, you can soak it in, but you don't go in like Rico Suave.
All right, I admit I did one time, and this is probably the reason I don't do it anymore.
Okay, it didn't go well.
I was at a Mexican restaurant in Eugene, and I thought the server was very hot, and I thought she was flirting with me, but I think she was just
But
cool.
turns out she was just working for a tip.
Yeah, and I think I just got confused. You know how guys think the girl is hitting on her,
Yes.
on
Yeah.
him
Always.
when she's not.
Yes.
And that's what happened. So I go, hey, would you would you like to grab a drink? Could I get your number or something? And she goes, I'm actually moving to Portland next week, is what she told me.
Well, maybe that was true though.
But that's
Geographic,
come on. If you're
skip
interested,
farm.
Portland and Eugene aren't that far away.
Yeah.
If you're interested, you'd probably still give him your number.
That's true. Yeah, you're right.
Anyway, very embarrassing moment. That's why I don't flirt with people at work.
That's fair.
Lesson learned for
Can
me.
end badly. You just put a ad on misconnections instead.
That's right.
Yeah, this is the way to go.
What do you have, Drew?
Cute moth woman at Lads 500.
Moth woman.
Yeah, you were on the back of the pub bike dressed like a moth. We were on rollerblades, and I asked if we could hitch a ride. You wanted us to come see your unique tandem bike, and we were hoping to get your number, but ran out of time. Let's hang out again. Do you remember what animal we were dressed as? What's going
What
on?
is happening?
What is
Is this a
going on?
Furry convention this weekend that I was
moths
unaware of?
Random animals on bikes and rollerblades.
Ugh. Sounds like a party.
You know where we're from.
I can only get there if they're in a furry suit, though.
Yeah, I'm dead inside otherwise.
This one's called Yelled At While Driving.
Okay.
Remember this morning when you yelled at me while I was driving to make a right turn? Sorry I didn't see you at the crosswalk. I've got this weird thing where being yelled at kind of gets me going.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know it's not your typical turn on, but hey, we're all a bit quirky, right? Anyways, I was thinking maybe we could turn that moment into something more intentional. Like grabbing a coffee or a drink and just chilling without all the traffic madness. And who knows, maybe you can yell at me again over coffee.
Okay.
Trying to relive that hype, it's like, all right, so when I come into the kitchen tomorrow morning, just let me have it.
What are you doing there?
You might like that, what is it, like that torture porn or
Oh,
that
yeah.
stuff where you just,
Where they
he
just
likes to be belittled.
degrade your wiener.
Absolutely destroy my image.
All right, I got one for you guys. How about this? Pick up your dog poop. It's
Yeah.
a simple title.
I agree.
You left a huge steaming pile of dog poop right by my car this morning. I literally had to step over it to get into my car. I asked if it was your dog's poop, and you said, no, you're a terrible liar. I saw you walk into the building down the street. There's constantly big piles of dog poop on the sidewalk. It's disrespectful and disgusting. If you can't pick up your dog's poop, you aren't responsible enough to be a dog owner.
That's right.
Preach.
Bring it.
Here,
Preach
here.
it. I actually saw a guy recently. I was driving and he just let his dog poop. It was a big dog too, poop right on the sidewalk.
Wow.
And I was parked like at a stoplight, just waiting for him to take out the bag.
Then he didn't?
Bag it up. Nope.
What a
just
dick.
walked right away with
What a
people watching
dick.
and everything. I was like, who
Oh.
does that?
I hope he steps in. I hope he steps in a human turd
Oh yeah,
today.
he had a come.
Yeah, there's a good chance he will.
Jeez Louise.
What do you got, Tanner?
That's just it's. I'm sorry. That's a dick move.
No, I know. Yeah.
Uh,
Irresponsible. I do agree though. If you can't pick up your dog's poop, don't have a dog.
This one's called Chubby Latina. You smiled at me as you walked by. I was going for some tacos. You were going out. As I left, you came by with that smile, and I said hi. I love chubby Latinas. There's nothing better.
I don't know how I'd feel
If
if
you were
someone was
getting
like,
called that.
"Hey, I love chubby Latinas." I don't.
And you're like, well, actually, that's not my preferred title.
I'm trying to lose weight.
Well, hopefully we brought some people together.
Absolutely. At least you can go for tacos.
Yeah, right?
Even if she doesn't give you the time of day.
Tacos are always good.
It's true.
We've got tickets to System of a Down and Deftones. It's going to be a badass show. We got these tickets all week, and we'll do it next.
1, 2, 3.
And now, Bruce Sports.
Damn it, you gotta catch that ball.
Here's Drew.
Well, the Blazers will now turn their attention to the offseason. Yesterday's score might have been the easiest cover if you bet against the Blazers of all time. Not just because they got thumped, but they didn't play any of the people who are, you go to the original fan day at the beginning of the year, the names that are on the stat sheet are not the ones that match that because you're trying to save people. To lose Scoot Henderson or Ayton to an injury for next year over a game like this, you just wouldn't do it. Instead, they had guys in there going 0 for 15 from downtown. Hey, it's your dream. It's the NBA. Take your shot. And just at some point, somebody's got to take the rock out of your hand. Scotty Scheffler is closing in on Mount Rushmore type of status. He's dominating golf like Tiger Woods used to do, and as he had John Rahm place the green jacket on him yesterday at the Masters, that legacy continues to grow. The only thing I would say is I love golf. I defend golf, but golf is fun when there's competition. When it comes down to the last couple holes and there's grit and there's pressure and there's nerves. When Scheffler just took off and won by a handful of strokes, it kind of killed that. But what are you going to tell a guy to slow up and wait for the crowd? Because that's not the way it goes. Tiger Woods had the worst round he's had in his Masters career over the last 2 days, but at least he did make the weekend fighting through injuries, which is pretty big time. But Scotty Scheffler, is he going to be the guy when he has this baby coming up in a month? He seems to have his priorities straight.
I still love competing. My priorities will change here very soon. My either son or daughter will now be the main priority along with my wife. So golf will now be, probably fourth in line. But I still love competing. I don't plan on taking my eye off the ball anytime soon, that's for sure.
Gonna make a ton of money with that Nike swoosh on his shirt. There's the sports.
Thank you very much. Coming up next, we've got tickets to this badass showdown in San Francisco. It's System of a Down and Deftones.
Unreal.
Two of my favorite bands.
And a highly sought-after ticket all of a sudden.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sold out
It's
show.
already sold out. The
Yep.
tickets just went on sale, I think, Friday.
Friday,
It was
yes.
90 minutes it took to
That's
sell out.
crazy.
Damn.
Well, we've got your tickets all this week to the sold-out show. We are going to play the Wake Up Showdown coming up next for your shot at the tickets, kids. Two listeners who just woke up are going to go head-to-head answering basic trivia questions. It's questions we should all know because it's 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade trivia. We need callers 10 and 11 right now, 866-445-1059. We will play the Wake Up Showdown coming up right after Soundgarden. Happy Monday. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, tickets to go see System of a Down.
A down.
Yeah.
Down.
And Deftones all week long. The show's already sold out, so
Yeah.
the only way now is to win. We'll have them here in just a second. Am I the only one watching Fallout on Amazon Prime?
At the moment, yeah, but
Oh, man.
you keep talking about it, so
How is
maybe.
Dude, so I thought it was just like one episode a week, and apparently they're all up there. I'm 5 episodes in, and I love this show. I've never even played the game Fallout.
Yeah.
Does it drive you to want to play? I know I asked Friday, but you hadn't seen it yet.
It kind of does. Like, I even looked at gameplay last night on YouTube. I was like, gameplay of the... Because I tried the game years ago, and I couldn't even make it out of the vault. I
Because you
gave it
said
like
you
10
didn't
minutes.
like that it makes you like pick your own adventure or whatever.
You have
Or,
to
like, where
choose
there's, like, a
sentences,
story.
and there's a certain name for those kind of games. I can't remember, but yeah, you have to like they give you like 2 or 3 options of a sentence to pick, and I hate that.
But it makes
I just
sense
wanna
that would
shoot.
make a good TV show, though, right?
It's a great show. I don't know anything about it, and it does. I know that there are Easter eggs that I'm missing because I
Right.
didn't play the
It's
game.
cool though and they were probably aware. They're like, well, we don't want just the people who played the video game to watch a show.
Right.
So it's nice that it's entertaining even if you haven't played the game.
Yeah, totally is, and it's got a 95%.
Oh wow.
The
And
first
it's
season on Rotten Tomatoes.
Amazon, right?
Amazon Prime. Yeah.
Oh wow, Prime finally putting out some good content.
Yeah, I
Content.
guess the showrunner's pretty upset that they put them all. They put them all up there at once. He wanted them to be once a week. You know, it seems like the studios do the opposite of what the directors want. The director wants it to come in the theaters. They're like streaming services.
Nah.
The director wants it to just be 1 episode a week. They're like, screw yourself.
See,
We're
if
gonna put them all up at once.
If they had put them up all like one at a time with that high of a rating and with word of mouth, maybe they could have gotten the best of releasing them one at a time. It's like True Detective. It wouldn't have been the same if it would have all been at once because there would have been no conversation.
I wonder if it's different though. Yeah, that's true. Well,
Like, I
no,
kinda-
Max is in the same boat. I was gonna say maybe because it's a streaming service, and like people aren't making appointments to watch it every week. But I mean, I guess they would be if it was one at a time. I don't know.
The show's great though, man. It starts off with like a nuclear war, and the acting's great. We got like movie quality actors in there. One dude's been in a bunch of movies. I just can't remember his like what. But you know, when you see an actor, you're like, I've seen you in 1,000 things, and I can't name one of them.
Right.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys.
Well, maybe this will be that remember. We're gonna remember him now.
Remember my name.
But I was up late watching the Fallout TV show last night on Amazon Prime.
Are they
so-
hour-long episodes?
Hour-long
Or-
episodes, no commercials, obviously, and yeah,
Nice.
Fallout new show, awesome. I didn't think I was gonna like it because I didn't like the game,
Right.
but boy, I'm hooked. Anyway,
It's rare when Amazon comes up with a good one. They've got a few, but it's nice to be able to scratch that itch.
I'm ready for the next season of The Boys to come out because that's a good show. But you know, the Lord of the Rings show was kind of a bust, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I don't
Spent
even
like
know.
$1 billion.
Yeah, and I don't know what's going on with the Lord of the Rings thing.
I think they're done.
But I think they're coming out
was
with
so
like
expensive.
different.
like another spinoff.
Maybe not. I guess that's Game of Thrones they're working on. I can't keep track of it all anymore. I know that Jon Snow spinoff is
That's not
done.
happening.
Like that's
Yeah.
not happening. I just start over with something new, I say.
I recommend it though. If you get a chance, Fallout on Amazon Prime. Let's play this.
And now, Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Wake Up Showdown. Listeners, to your corners.
All right, 2 listeners who just woke up are going to go head-to-head answering basic trivia questions. Questions we should all know because it's third, 4th, and 5th grade trivia. I mean, it's really easy stuff.
Pretty simple.
But under pressure.
Yeah, before coffee,
do it.
sometimes it's kind of hard. Let's meet our contestants. Calling from Vancouver, his name is Justin. What's going on, Justin?
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Doing well, my friend. What's going on with you? You got work today, or you got the day off?
Yep, I'm at work. I've been up for a few hours. Got a couple of cups of coffee in me, so I think I'm ready to go.
Okay, all right.
All right, let's meet your opponent. She is calling from Tigard. Her name is Crystal. Good morning, Crystal.
Good morning. How are you?
She was very specific. It's Crystal with a K,
Okay.
which is how my mom
Yes.
spells it, because my mom is Krista with a K.
Oh, nice.
And
Exactly.
yeah, it's weird. And then I always thought that was the way you do it most of the time, and then I found out that was rare.
I mean, I think either way.
Justin with a J.
Yeah.
Now with a
it's very
G.
important. Oh man, Justin with the G would be awesome. Dustin.
All right, guys, you know the first 1 to 3 is the winner. You must scream your name loudly and clearly to buzz yourselves in. All right, that's your buzzers. You got to go, Justin with the G or J or whatever,
or with a G, that's fine.
whatever you want.
Yeah.
All right.
Got it.
All right. Are you ready for
Got
the
it.
showdown?
Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Absolutely.
What do you use to write on a blackboard?
Justin.
Justin.
Crystal with the K.
Dry erase marker.
Well,
A dry erase
Chalk.
marker is incorrect.
Chalk.
Chalk is correct, Crystal.
There it
Yes.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
It's,
Yeah.
it's all right. It's still early. Still early. What colors do you?
You need another cup of coffee.
yeah, you might want to
yeah,
chug one
maybe
real
the
quick.
two he had is not
Dry
enough.
erase marker.
What colors do you mix together to make green?
Justin.
Justin.
Purple and red.
Yellow and blue.
Justin, that is correct.
What did she say?
Purple
Hold on.
and red.
Crystal, you have to buzz yourself in. But what?
And you made mud. Purple and red.
Purple and red. All right.
That is a dirty
Skip-
brown color.
Skipped a
yeah.
few grades in elementary school. I
Yeah,
see. All right.
definitely your name first. 1-1.
Okay, where does Santa Claus live?
Justin.
Crystal.
Justin.
North Pole.
That is correct. All right, what is the name of the cowboy in Toy Story?
Justin. Woody.
That's correct.
Is
There we go.
correct. Is that a win?
Yeah, that is a
win.
win. It's a rough start for
bong.
Justin, but
Bing bong
yes.
indeed.
Yeah, he gets a bing bong in the end.
We could have Creed bombed him. That's fine.
All right, dude, hang on the phone. You just got tickets to this show in San Francisco, System of a Down and Deftones. Now, we're just hooking you up with the tickets. The show isn't until August, so you do have time to figure out how to get there. How? What do you think? Are you gonna take a bus? Are you gonna fly?
I'm gonna road trip down. I got family in Sacramento, so I'll base out of Sacramento and jam down for the show.
That's awesome.
Nice. That's a
Dialed
great
in.
idea.
I'm hoping they do a tour. I
Yeah.
mean, what the hell is just one
I know,
show?
why
This
is
is
it
an
just
incredible,
one-off?
incredible lineup.
The way the promoter's doing it is it's almost like they're doing this to flex the muscle of the park.
To see if people are interested.
And then this might become the new hot spot.
So for that, like Golden State Park? That'd be the new
Golden Gate Park.
Golden
Yeah.
Gate Park. That'll be the new place for like big festivals, maybe like
I can't imagine
Aftershock or something.
But that's like having a festival in Central Park. Like I can't imagine they would want all those people in there stomping down the grass, throwing
traffic's gonna be a
trash on the
nightmare.
ground.
And maybe it's a tester for that too. Like,
Yeah.
can it handle it? Can the people handle it? Will the city revolt?
Yeah.
Dude, once you get in there, though, it's going to be such a badass concert. System of a Down and Deftones
Oh
on
my
the same lineup. Two of
be
my
awesome.
favorite bands, and we've got the tickets all week. So hang on the phone, bro. We'll get your info, okay?
All right.
All right. I would say you have another shot online at 1059thebrew.com, but I don't.
You don't.
There's so few tickets to the show now since they're sold out.
We're lucky to have what we have at this point.
Right. You can only win them here. Details on the cash, Karen, which, by the way, let's give you this hour's keyword one more time. If you didn't get the tickets,
Okay.
you could win this cash and maybe buy them from a scalper or something on
That's right.
There you go.
StubHub.
The dude in the tracksuit. Do it old school.
This hour's keyword is bills. Log on to 1059thebrew.com. As soon as you get there, a box will pop up. Type in the keyword bills, and you could score $1,000.
Brought to you by Hulu Plus Live TV. Switch today to watch over 95 live channels. Now, here's Laura.
Well, O.J. Simpson, we all know, passed away on Wednesday at the age of 76 after a battle with cancer. And last week we'd been talking about how interesting it's going to be when they, look at his brain and see whether or not he had CTE or any other issues that he may or may not have had. Well, that's not going to be happening. A representative for his estate told the New York Post that O.J. is going to be cremated tomorrow, and that's that. There are no plans to donate his brain for research of any kind, and testing for CTE is not happening.
Is there a conspiracy theory that the NFL would pay for that not to happen?
I'm sure it's out there. Yeah.
It would be terrible PR if you could link brain damage to the most horrendous killings possible.
Yeah.
They're happy that he's being cremated.
I would assume that you're probably correct about that. It's a Samsung world, and iPhone users are just living in it. Apparently, Apple's iPhone is no longer the top smartphone in the world. Samsung now holds more than 20% of the market share compared to Apple's 17%. iPhone shipments fell 10% in the first quarter alone. So is the empire falling? I don't know.
God, I hope so.
More people are going for those Androids.
I'm
these
Team
days.
Samsung all the way.
Yeah.
I love my Galaxy. I love the big screen. I like that giant flat screen style in my pocket.
The camera.
You know, it's like a big Costco-sized television in your pocket.
God, I'd need a hip
love it.
pack to carry a screen that size. It's nice. It's just there's a lot there.
Yeah, well, I mean, Tanner knows what's up, apparently. The robot dog known as Spirit, check this out. It's pretty cool. It is undergoing rigorous training on Mount Hood right now, and the reasoning for that is awesome. They're preparing to walk on the moon and other surfaces in space. Scientists hope their research will help prepare other robotic dogs for future missions to the moon and other planets in our solar system. It's part of the Lassie project, which comprises a team of experts from NASA and 5 universities, including Oregon State University. More on those stories, 1059thebrew.com.
Thank you. Coming up next, another keyword for your chance at $1,000 in cash from the Cash Karen. She is back. She's cranky, but she's got some money for you.
Yeah.
As soon as you hear that keyword, you got to go to 1059thebrew.com and enter it in to win. Also, we want to know, how do you bail on a party? Do you tell the person, or do you just smoke bomb out of there? What's your move? We'll take your calls and texts after GNR on The Brew. So how do you bail on a party? Do you just smoke bomb out of there? I knew a guy once. He was like a ninja, man. You would look up and you're like, where is Chris?
Yeah.
And Chris is gone. He's been gone for an hour at least, and you didn't even notice.
He's in the wind.
Drew and I used to know a guy who was the same way. Like we'd get him stoned, and he would run away from the party, like literally run.
Yeah, I thought that's how most people left parties, especially when I was younger. Now, it's usually if it's like a dinner party or something like that, or the group is more intimate.
Yeah.
I feel like I owe everyone a goodbye. But when I was younger, I did the Irish goodbye all the time. I would get to a point where maybe I was too drunk or maybe I was just over it, and I'm like, I'm going to remove
But have you
myself
ever
from this situation.
hosted a party where somebody actually does come up and say, hey, man, I got a bail or I got something going on? It's almost like you go, wow, I don't have the balls to just do that normally because I'm the same way you are. I'll just smoke bomb out of there.
Yeah.
But the people who come up to you and be like, hey, I got to go. I got another thing going on.
It also
or-
depends on how many
I kinda
people are
respect it.
there, right?
I think if
Because
it's a really big and
if
crowded,
it's like
you can
10
smoke bomb out of there.
people, yeah, if it's like 10 people, then like you're
At a dinner
your
party and you
absence
bounce
is
off the
good-
porch.
Yeah, your absence is going to be noticed. But if it's like 25 people, maybe you can
There
sneak
are-
out the back, you
There
know?
are definitely different rules for different numbers. The bigger the party, the more the smoke bomb.
Yeah, but when somebody comes up to you and says, "Hey, it was a great party. I got something else going on," or
Right.
you know, I really respect the person who does that. I don't do that
You don't like ever. You just
because I
bail.
usually, if it's a big party, I'll just weasel out of there.
Right.
I don't go to any small parties. I don't
See,
go
I
to
have-
your little weird dinner party. It's too uncomfortable for me.
I've always been the FOMO guy. You know, the fear of missing out at the party. And, you know, Amy over the years has tried to convince me that you don't have to stay the whole time. You don't have to, because as soon as it's time to leave, when somebody notifies me it's over, I always feel like the time has flown by. Like, wait, we're done? It's done? So
wow.
I know I'm the uphill compared to this room who will
Yeah.
smoke bomb all over the place, but I am that other guy. I stay until I'm dragged out by my foot.
And that's because you are enjoying yourself.
Yeah, because I know what happens when you go to bed. You wake up and life happens.
Yeah.
So why ever leave? That's
That's
since I was
fair.
young. I'm
Yeah.
also, you go to a family party, like we're gonna do some day drinking and like it's someone's birthday. I'm the first guy there because that party starts when I get there. And I'm not leaving until my wife drags me out of it.
Okay.
That's my existence.
So interesting.
What,
Always first and last.
Do you have a move, Beef? Do you have a move to get out of a party if you don't want to be there anymore?
I used to just peel without any question. Now I wait for the moment. I wait for somebody, like you said, all right, hey, I got to get going. And they grab their keys. As soon as I see that first person
When
make
other people start
as soon as they
leaving.
break the seal, I'm right
It's like
behind
you're trying to get onto a freeway as soon as you get that green light.
I am right behind you.
gone.
You know what? Good point. You know what? I got something waiting for me, too. High five in the car.
You can see Casey disappear into a shrub, right? Like you turn around and he's just kind of gone, like Homer
Yeah.
Simpson.
I get over it pretty quick. Like it's hard. It's hard for me to I used to be super social and I loved it, and now it's just feels like work. Like
It does sometimes.
the notion of having to go and hang out and like visit with people. And I know I sound like a jerk saying that, but it doesn't make
But
it
you
any
don't
less
get,
true.
but you also don't get hammered. So that's a different thing. Is when people get drunk, they get annoying to sober people. It gets
Yeah.
over the top, and you kind of like them at medium, right?
Yeah.
Like the beginning and the middle of the party. At the end of the party, even for drunk people, some people are too much.
Yeah, as soon as you won't shut up anymore, I'm out of there.
You're
You're
gone.
like,
Like I
okay.
can't take you for another 5 minutes, dude.
Yeah.
But you are right, Drew, where if you are drinking and if you've got a little buzz going, time goes by much quicker. So
It
before you
soars.
know it, the night is over and you're like, what happened, bro? Yeah.
What's your smoke bomb technique, or how do you get out? That could be your technique. is
I'll
to smoke
smoke bomb.
How do you bail on a party? 98197 is our Lazy Boy text line, or you can hit us up if you're old school at 866-445-1059. I envy the people who can go up and say, hey, it's been fun. I got something going on, or I got
What
to
do you mean
work
you
up.
envy
I-
the people? You could be one of those people.
just
You know,
don't
all you
do
have to
it.
do is walk
I
up
don't
to
have the
somebody and say,
balls to
hey,
do it.
bro.
I
But
wish.
okay,
I always respect that
Do you
person.
think
Like,
they're gonna fight you or something? Like you
the hell
never
are you
know.
doing?
Well,
I
also-
just
and
what are you
also-
talking about?
and
I'm afraid of
also it's
disappointing
but
people
it's
like
the,
that,
Yeah,
I
it's the
guess.
person
Dude,
who
11.
invited you. Like
You're
should,
leaving at 11. Go sit back down.
or
Oh, so that's you?
or
And
you
I'll
could
tell
prime
you,
them.
the
You could
people who are-
prime them by texting them early and being like, "Hey, yeah, I'll stop by, but I can't stay."
yeah,
for too
and a
long,"
lot of
you know?
times if I know that I am not going to have the greatest time, I will do that. Like,
Yeah.
I'll just you set something up.
Plan the bomb.
So you
And then
have
if
to
you
get out of there
stay
earlier.
later, that's fine.
Yeah, whatever.
but-
Like I had a good time. Then they're like, hey, thanks for staying up late and going, waking up
Yeah.
later for me.
And
Appreciate that.
And a lot of the people who are staying aren't necessarily being respectful to the owner. They just like that there's beer and cocktail weenies and the party's still going.
Yeah, as long as the booze is still flowing, why go
Sign
anywhere?
me up.
Yeah.
You got White Claws in your fridge? Lights are staying on.
98197 is our lazy boy text line. Let's go to line 1. What's your name? Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Good morning.
Yeah, this is Jesse.
Hey, Jesse, what's happening, bro?
Oh, not much, guys. So I want to make a quick comment on getting out of the party. So it just depends on the situation. Of course, if I'm there and it's just me hanging out with a bunch of folks, I am more than happy to just loudly announce that I am taking off, and then I usually just dip out pretty quick.
Oh, to the whole party.
However,
I am leaving.
Bye.
See ya.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and then that way everyone's aware, and I said my goodbye in one fell swoop. It's always,
Yeah.
it works for me every time.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
no
However,
single
if I'm there
person
with
can
my
come
wife,
after you.
Yeah, but if I'm there with my wife, then I know I'm not leaving, and we're probably the last ones out the door because she's going to say 20-minute goodbyes
Right.
to each person.
Yeah, that's
before
another
we
thing.
get out
I
there.
don't like to
see-
say goodbye because you do have to do that. You say goodbye to that person on the way out. You feel bad you didn't say goodbye to A,
Well,
B, and C.
and then half the time you start saying bye to people, and then a goodbye turns into a side conversation,
Yeah.
and then you're there for 30 minutes after you were planning to leave, and you're like,
Right.
God, I should have just left.
Should have just smoke bombed.
Yeah.
You ever get caught in the figure eight where you've said your goodbyes, then you come back around and run into someone you've already done it to, and so you just hit it one more time on a.
You're like, all right, I'm leaving for real this
All right,
time.
38 goodbyes later.
Yeah.
All right, bro. Thanks. Appreciate your call.
No problem.
More of your texts and talkbacks coming up.
And now, Bruce Sports.
Damn it, you gotta catch that ball.
Here's Drew.
Well, last night, or actually it was like yesterday afternoon, the Blazers took on the Kings in their final game of the season. The roster not looking the way it did at the beginning of the year, but still got the job done, as in completed the game. 121-82 the final there. The Blazers finished the season with just 21 wins. I don't remember a time like this in my entire time as a Blazer fan, but also it's sometimes what you got to do to get yourself a high draft pick, and we will be looking to June 27th of this year when the NBA draft goes down. Now, the draft lottery will be well before that, so we'll know where Portland sits, but they've kind of gone all in here with the other big losers of the season to try and get a massive draft pick. Scotty Scheffler is closing it in. He got a 68 in the final round of the Masters as he wears the green jacket for the second time. He's about to start a young family, though. His wife is pregnant, and some other people on tour are really hoping that it puts a hitch in his giddy up and slows this guy down a little bit because he is a family-first guy. He was asked about having this kid and whether it's going to change his game.
I still love competing. My priorities will change here very soon. My either son or daughter will now be the main priority, along with my wife. So golf will now be, probably fourth in line. But I still love competing. I don't plan on taking my eye off the ball anytime soon. That's for sure.
The guy's been the #1 golfer for 80 weeks of his young career. Pretty impressive. There's your sports.
All right, the Cash Karen is back with your shot at $1,000 every single hour right here on The Brew. You have until 9 o'clock this morning to get this hour's keyword in for your shot at the cash. And it takes less than 30 seconds to enter, right? It's super easy, and it'd be the easiest 1,000 you've ever made.
Truly, though.
Unless you're selling feet pics on OnlyFans. It's
No, I mean, even
perfectly easy.
that takes work,
This is easier than feet.
Yeah, one click done.
The keyword is cash, so log on to 1059thebrew.com. As soon as you get there, a box will pop up. Type in the keyword cash, and we could call you back within a few minutes with $1,000.
Woo!
It's the Cash Karen on 1059 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Got the dumbass of the day here in just a second. Laura, I know you. Oh, geez, hold on.
Oh, my goodness. My goodness. Starting early today.
Dude, I turned my car on yesterday. I got my car washed yesterday, and I went to my mom's house, and I turned the car on after I was done and I was leaving. And there must have been an inch of pollen
Isn't it crazy?
on top of the car. I couldn't believe how much pollen was on the car.
I hope it's almost done because I've been trying to pressure wash it off, but my car, like when you guys see it in the parking lot later, it looks like a homeless guy's car because it has pollen so thick on it.
Well, and it sucks because this is such a beautiful time of year when everything is blooming and, the leaves are starting to pop, but they're not quite there yet. But then you also have to deal with all this.
Like, I don't think I've ever had a sinus headache before Saturday night. Like, all the way through the middle of the night, I just couldn't, like, my whole face felt like there was a boot on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it had to have been from being in pollen all day.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Anyway, the pollen made me forget what I was going to tell you guys.
Blame it on the pollen.
Yeah, there is a straight up answer.
It's not the bong hits at all. It's the pollen, guys. It's
Yeah,
pollen.
right, of course.
Seriously, what the hell?
I don't know. I think you were going to say something to me.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
Poof, into the ether. It goes.
Yeah, just a total brain fart right there.
Well,
blame it on the allergies. Blame it on the.
I don't know, whatever. It'll come to me at 3 a.m. Let's let's do this.
And now, Tanner, Drew, and Laura's dumbass of the day.
This man has been popped for smearing doo-doo at restaurants and on crosswalk buttons.
See, once you, and this is going to be gross, but once you break the loaf, you're a different kind of gross.
Dude, you're a psychopath.
As soon as you get in it like that, you're up there with a killer.
A man has been arrested on suspicion of criminal damage after allegedly smearing feces on the windows and door of a Caribbean restaurant. And he also smeared the poop all over some pedestrian crossing buttons.
The crosswalk buttons. It really gets me.
It's a well thought out.
The disturbing incident was discovered by staff at St. Smokey's Barbecue House when they arrived for work on April 10th, facing a lock jammed with waste and brown smears on the window. It probably looked like an old cave.
Which is too bad. That place sounded delicious before it got smeared.
Right. It sucks that you have to put 2 and 2 together, too. Like, imagine walking up to the door of the restaurant. You look down, you're like, oh, man. And then you realize that it's like a little smeared, and then you look up and realize,
you get a whiff.
It's everywhere.
You see a little piece of peanut in there.
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm dying inside just a little bit. And I would be like, I'm not coming to this place for a while. Mm-hmm. This place is going to have a while to clean out and air out. But that's exactly what happened too. Business was delayed because they had to disinfect the entire place.
Yeah, you had to get Hepatitis Hank down there to clean everything.
The crosswalk buttons, I mean, that's disgusting, and I feel bad for these people's restaurants. But the crosswalk buttons gets me because you pass those on. Yeah, and it doesn't matter like where you are. Imagine how filthy those are.
Because imagine you go to a dump crossing, right? Unsuspecting. You go and then you go to work and the business meeting, you connect hands and you just start the filth train right there.
Yeah.
Because at least on the building, you're like, okay, the building's quarantined. You start hitting those crosswalks, you might as well be doorknobbing.
Yeah, there's probably fecal matter on every
I'm gonna die.
Walk button.
You're already a little worried
I never
about
touch
it.
them anyway.
You're going to be high kicking everyone for the rest of your life.
Use your shoe.
I always kick those things. I never touch it. I mean, as a kid, I would slam that thing all the time with my hand.
I still do.
You just keep pushing it just to see how much germs you can
walk. Yeah.
So you push it still, Laura? You don't touch it with your foot?
I might use a knuck. But no, usually I just push.
I've always used, because if you're at a crosswalk, like say you're running, you're riding a bike, I would always use the back of my elbow.
There's a few things I won't do anymore. I won't touch handles if I can with my bare hands. I try to avoid them.
Yeah.
I also will never use the water fountains downtown. I saw a video of a guy
the bubblers?
cleaning his ass crack with those bubblers. No way. And I think birds are on there all the time. Like, no way.
That booty bubbler, that is in my mind, it's ingrained and
the guy cleaning his crack out?
Yeah, you could never have a babbling brook sip again.
Honestly, I was kind of impressed by how he was working it. He was doing some sort of hip thrust on top.
Well, yeah. If you
bubbler.
felt the bubble, Laura, it's not that thick. You gotta work it.
Doing that thing where you take a little water, you splash it. Take a little water, you splash it on the crack.
Yeah.
Don't you feel
there's a kid who's like a mom will take her kid to drink out of that.
Yeah,
thing.
just put your mouth right on it.
And I used to skip school and go downtown. and would drink right out of those things.
And you
I didn't
think
have any
about
money.
a little kid also, they're so little, they put their hands on the side of it,
Yeah.
two-hand grip, and just slurping right down the chin.
Dude, I was at a place the other day and was so thirsty, and I had to use their water fountain.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to touch it. Like
I don't love
I pulled
it.
a sleeve down and I used that to press it, and I took just a little bit to get my mouth wet, and then I ran away. And I was like, I got COVID. I'm pretty sure I got COVID.
We were at one of those after-school events, in the evening, and so they got the thing about knee height, the water fountain, and I was parched,
Yeah.
and I had to lean down and take a gurgle off that. Think about the booger bandits who have been all over that thing all day. It was a tough sip.
See, that was always my thing. I'm like, I've seen kids put their entire mouth on that, but now, I mean, that's the least of my worries. Now that we got people,
Yeah, booty bubbler.
I guess
we got
that
smashing turds all over the place.
might be an interesting topic. What public thing are you afraid to touch?
All of them.
Everything. Yeah.
Every public thing.
Like, I'm terrified of touching the cross-light buttons. I'm
for good reason,
terrified.
apparently.
Yeah, and obviously the water fountains. I don't like touching the elevator buttons here at work.
Yeah.
I'm over 40, and I've sat on like 6 public toilets, so
Yeah.
I'm going to guess toilet would be mine.
man.
Toilet's yours? Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, if I have to avoid it.
I have planned every bathroom break of my life around. I mean, I've used the work ones years ago, but that's it.
Yeah, I mean, if I can avoid it, I will. But sometimes, man.
Duty calls.
Duty
Gotta
calls.
do your
yeah,
thing.
yeah,
Get a little
yeah.
Caesars on the back end.
But what's the thing that you're afraid to touch in public? I hate touching door handles. Laura, is there something that you just every time you see it, you go, ugh, never.
Honestly, I touch everything. I don't care.
Licky, licky.
Yeah, my butt's going straight on the toilet seat.
Yeah.
My hands are going on every doorknob. I don't care.
All right.
It's fine. I just short of licking the,
So Laura's a petri dish. That's what we've learned.
Yeah, stand clear. Put the plexiglass back up in here.
yeah, that's how I build my strong immune system.
That's right. Yeah, she's never sick. 98197 is our Lazy Boy text line. That's 98197. Your calls and texts and talkbacks coming. Portland's Rock Station 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. And we want to know this morning, what's the thing in public that you really hate touching? Every time you see it, you're like, oh, that's so gnarly. I don't want to touch that at all. I feel this way about the water fountains downtown in Portland. I feel this way about pretty much any public door handle.
Yeah, and the more you think about the stuff, the grosser it gets. And when we brought up the water fountains downtown, that's got to be the end all. That's the center of Hades.
You know what makes me want to die more than anything is when you touch a public door handle and your hands get wet and you have no idea what that wetness is.
You're like, is that from cleaning or is that from gross?
Oh,
but also, are you touching the door handle with wet hands?
And then you don't know.
Yeah.
You're like, was that me or them?
Oh, yeah, it's, I guess, possible.
Yeah, and now you're just skeeving somebody else out. Because when they touch the door handle, they're going to wonder the same thing about you.
We got a lot of text messages on our Lazy Boy text line. This text comes from 7571. It says, you guys are killing people with OCD right now.
Yeah,
well, those people with OCD have been thinking about it every minute of every day. We're not adding to a problem.
This one says menus. I hate touching menus.
Yeah.
I never even thought about it until a couple years ago, like maybe a year or two ago, we were on the air and we read that menus are disgusting.
Yeah.
Well, it's a weird double-edged coin because the ones you can use over and over again that have been laminated can be washed.
Yeah.
And so, but at the same time, they've been used.
I gotta
so
be, and
what's better?
And are they washing it with one of those dirty rags?
I gotta be honest with you. Anytime I've worked in a restaurant, if one of my side work jobs was to wipe down the menus, it was always the same rag that you used to wipe down the tables and the booths, and they put them in sandy buckets. But
They smell like Bonch.
how clean really is that rag?
I mean, if
Not
you wiped
very.
it down and then sprayed it with some Lysol. Because that would just evaporate.
Nobody's doing that.
Nobody's just that rag is coming out of that little bleach bucket or whatever.
I would still prefer a physical menu over a QR code, though.
I agree, but because I totally agree with that. But maybe I'll start using napkins to hold the menus now, because that's pretty gnarly.
You're that guy.
I might be that guy.
You're that guy.
I am.
I really don't like
I have
QR
problems.
code only, though.
Me either.
Even though it is cleaner or whatever, it's such a pain in the ass.
I know.
I'd rather hand a menu, especially to a kid. What are you gonna do?
Sure. Point to what you want.
Yeah.
9582 says I hate touching shopping carts. I totally agree with that. When I touch a shopping cart, a lot of I heard these are pretty dirty and a lot of nasty things go through my head.
Well, at least, yeah. I mean,
sadly, that's the one time I Laura out and just grabbed that bad boy.
Just hands on. And thanks to COVID, because I don't remember there being Lysol wipes prior
I think they used to.
COVID.
I do feel like they gave you
during-
something.
During COVID,
for
they
sure.
did.
And
Now
they're
you get
definitely
nothing.
more accessible. Oh, really?
Well, like Costco, you wouldn't. But
Okay,
back
yeah.
during COVID, you had to have a little bucket of stuff to wash it with.
The Safeway by my house still offers little Lysol wipes.
Yeah, me too.
And you've always got that little dispenser. Half the time, that thing's empty, though.
Yeah.
You get my knuckles all in there.
Shopping carts are on the list for that person.
That's just anything. Yeah.
Here's another one that I don't think about that often, but 0308 says ATMs.
Anything
ATM
you're
machines.
touching with your fangs. I mean, and even when you're checking out at a grocery store,
The pad,
you're putting
the pad creeps me out.
How often do they wash those? Never.
Probably never.
Probably.
And I really creeped out by those
You just
pads.
can't think about it.
Those are
Because
those
when
are
you start thinking about it, you're like, I can't touch anything anymore.
Yeah.
Because think about the self-checkout one. At least when there's a cashier, every once in a while, they give it a little schmear. At self-checkout, I don't see them cleaning that thing ever.
You know what also I'm grossed out by, and maybe I'm paranoid, but the actual handle to a sanitizing bottle.
That's where germs begin.
Because everyone's dirty and they
someone's gotta
touches
put their
that.
hand on it. Yeah.
And I'm so grossed out by the handle on a bottle of hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
Just a little squirt button.
It would be nice if it had a foot pump.
Yeah, right. 2612 says it isn't so much what I'm afraid to touch, but because I have a visible disability, there are people who think that I am public property and will put their hands on me. So during the pandemic, I was terrified to take the bus or anything like that. I walked or took ride shares.
Why would people put their hands on you just because you have a disability?
Yeah, just like, sorry, dude, I just had to put my hands on your back.
What is wrong
I wasn't
with
gonna
people?
touch you, but I saw you specifically, and I was like, let me get them hands.
Yeah, you walk funny, so I feel like I had the right to fill you up.
I don't understand how any of that. That might be in the eye of the beholder a little bit. I don't think anyone's trying to touch you on the bus.
But that's
don't
good.
know.
You know, at least you just want
Not
to touch us.
everyone, at least. Some touchy.
A little touchy.
7439 says elevator buttons. I hear you there. I always use my wallet to press the buttons.
So I use my wallet here at work too, because you also have to key into the door or whatever. So everything's with the wallet in there in the grease bucket.
7462 says, as if bowling shoes weren't bad enough, how about the finger holes in bowling balls?
Yeah. See, you can't think about it. Just stick your fingers in the holes and pretend like everything is Gucci, okay? Like, just pretend like everything
I'm taking that
is
out of context.
fine.
Nobody has ever gone to the bowling alley and expected it to be like a cleanly experience.
Yeah.
If
Right.
you get in there, you're looking for a little bit of germs or it's not authentic.
Right.
All right, what are you afraid to touch in public? It's every time you see it, you're just grossed out by it. 98197 is our lazy boy text line. And coming up next, another keyword for your chance at $1,000 from the Cash Karen. It is back, and we've got $1,000 for you every single hour. As soon as you hear it, you got to log on to 1059thebrew.com to win. We're commercial free thanks to Lazy Boy on 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Asking, what's the thing in public that you hate to touch? I saw that video, and I mentioned this earlier, of the dude washing his crack in the water fountain downtown. I'll never touch one of those again.
It's the most creative way I've ever seen someone wipe or wash their butt.
So
Hopefully
gross.
pre-wiped.
You're like, the Willamette's too dirty, so I'm just going to sit my butt on this bubbler right here.
Yeah. We got text messages coming in on our Lazy Boy text line. This one's from 3103. They say, I don't want to touch anything near a pharmacy. Like
You just think
inside,
everyone's
near
sick? I think that's
I guess
kind
that
of
makes sense,
You're
but
talking about like the arm thing that tests your blood pressure. You don't want to touch that, or
I definitely touched it too much as a kid.
Yeah,
know?
dude, I
used
would
to be
always
too-
put my
yeah,
arm
like,
in that thing.
My hand's going numb.
I did it all the time.
To
I'm glad
this
I'm not the
day,
only one.
If I could slip in there right now, I would.
do they still have that?
They cuff up at one of the Freddy's by my house.
Exactly. I was going to say Fred Meyers has them. I know.
All right.
Anything near a pharmacy, that guy says. This one says, if you use your wallet to touch the buttons, don't you
Now you're touching
have to
your
touch
wallet.
your wallet later?
Yeah.
I suppose, but,
Well,
I'm
but
not,
so
I don't
it-
think of it like that.
But it's like this: if
Do
you
germs
hold
stick
it,
to leather and stuff?
yeah,
Yes, germs stick to everything,
But
Tanner.
hold on a second. If you hit it with the butt of that wallet and then you drop it in your pocket for 6 hours, I don't feel like you're going to get the common cold off of it.
Then how
later.
dirty are my pockets?
My pockets are trash.
Do you
They're an
think there's
absolute
just-
dumpster fire.
But like, how often
Jeez.
do you like? To his point, though, how often do you wash your wallet?
I
How
never
often,
have washed
how
my
often
wallet.
do you wash your phone? Like, which you use on the toilet every day.
The
Like,
phone I'll do a little bit more regularly than my wallet, which is never. But
I never wash it. I just put cards in it till it's compromised and get a new one.
But I'll like maybe once every few months. I don't do it as often as I should. I
So
take the
that's
case out. I wipe it down with the
sure.
with a little.
But I mean, if you
Clorox-
think of it that
Clorox
way,
wipe.
the thing you're touching the most every day is
I'm
not
trying
in
to
public.
not
it's
think about
it's
it.
yours.
Trying to not think about it. Yeah, it's my germs. I can handle my germs.
Yeah, but they're not.
I can
all
handle
your
my fecal matter.
germs. Yeah.
I can handle it.
Statistically, we're getting germed.
Yeah,
no matter
you
what
can't
you
avoid
do.
it. You can't avoid it.
And you want to have some germs. You don't want to be somebody
yeah,
gets sick
true.
every time
Yeah,
you're near a
that's
germ.
true.
Somebody sneezes and you go into cardiac arrest. You got to have something.
What's the thing you're afraid to touch? That person said menus, and now I'm tripping out. Oh, not menus, but let's say you go to a Red Robin, and now you have to pay through that little device on the table.
Oh yeah, also filthy.
Oh, they do.
It's usually
Also
it's usually
absolutely
crusted over because a kid's been playing with it.
It's got bottomless fry window all
Yeah.
over it.
And I hate touching those things, and you have to every time you go to those type of restaurants now.
Yeah,
They
And
have
there's-
they don't
which I
you don't
also
pay
hate.
the wait
like,
the server anymore.
Yeah, I don't love that.
It's aggressive.
Yeah, but
You got to do that, and so those things are gnarly to touch.
and I bet those if you ever go to a place with a wait and they hand you one of the beepers, I bet those are disgusting.
Oh, yeah,
I
those
mean,
haven't been wiped either.
Right.
Get your hands all over that before some pasta.
More of your calls and texts coming up in just a few minutes. We are commercial free on the Brew. Portland's rock station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. I don't really remember how we got started on this topic about talking about things that we hate to touch in public. We started talking about the fountains downtown, but I don't remember
That
what
dude
got us
who
on that.
washed his booty in it.
Yeah.
That's
Booty,
enough to jump off right
which
there.
is a great viral video.
Booty,
Which
booty,
if you don't, maybe we should post the
Let's
video.
put it
If you're not familiar with the video we're talking about, it is a real gem.
It's just some dude, some dude in Portland, but he goes up to one of those water fountains in downtown Portland that are just spewing,
little babbling brook.
Yeah. And then he puts his butt on it and he just starts washing his ass crack with it.
Mm-hmm.
He's just splashing the
as
water
one
back there.
does,
To a strange rhythm.
So I won't touch those things. I don't like to touch door handles pretty much on any public door handle. I know you have to, and I still do it. I just don't like it.
Are you one of those people who maybe you get a piece of paper towel first? And
If I can,
it? Yeah.
absolutely.
Or use the foot thing.
I love it when there's paper towels in the bathroom and then a trash can right next to the door, so I can just drop off that paper towel.
We had to go into the Portolets at Delta Park, and I went into body lock in there. Where it's so bad. I don't know if it gets like this for you guys to where you're like, there's even a urinal in the corner, and I can barely function in the room. I don't know how people do. I don't know how people do it. Yeah, you're cascading out the top.
It's pretty bad.
Oh no, no.
And then you go in the one that a normal looking lady came out of. You're like, oh, she wouldn't have put up with that. Oh, hot hell.
Yeah, I mean, you make do with what you got, I guess.
Someone said they don't like touching bowling balls at the holes in bowling balls. Usually I've been drinking, so I stopped caring.
And also, it's maybe just say no to bowling because every bowling
love
ball is going to
bowling.
be filthy.
But maybe just bring your own.
That's
with
true.
a
You could
rose
always
in
do
it.
that. Yes.
Something sweet.
7439 says seat belts on any ride like Disneyland. They can't stand touching those.
Oh, interesting.
It's true.
Because it's tough to clean fabric or, like the texture of a seatbelt. And, we all have touched a seatbelt that feels greasy.
Yeah.
Like the one on the airplane, it feels
It's always greasy.
Yeah. Ew, airplanes, no.
I get nervous on planes and rub the belt.
You know what I'm really grossed out by? So I love going to, there's a burrito place in Milwaukee that I like to go to called
Super Burrito.
Super Burrito, right. I was thinking about not saying it because about what I'm about to say here.
Oh,
but
sorry. I
thanks.
blew your cover.
It's well known you love this place.
I've said it many times before. I just thought in this segment, maybe I could leave
Thanks,
that out.
Laura. Thanks.
But whatever.
I meant...
But it's not just them. It's everywhere. So I'll go inside and I'll use the hot sauce.
Oh, yeah.
The little hot sauce tubes or whatever.
Yeah.
Everyone else has been using those too. I'm so grossed out by public ketchup and public salt shakers.
Yeah, those are in the same vein as the menus at the restaurants.
Those they don't ever clean those things, right?
You might wipe them down if they've got an especially large splooge on them. But otherwise, and if they do, they're being wiped by the dirty rags.
And think about this. This is the exact maneuver, too, because in defense of Super Burrito, same thing they do at my local taco shop is they bring out those tubes, sit them on your table. What do? You're about to eat with your hands.
Yes.
We're about to eat tacos.
That's exactly what I'm talking
about. And so
about.
we run it down each taco, then we sit the germ bucket down, and then we make sure to lick those fingers clean to make sure we get the last little bits
I
of
do
it.
the same thing. Laura's making fun of me. I take a napkin and I wrap it around those bottles.
Here's a
I just
genuine
eat
question,
their
though.
germs.
How often do you wash your own hands before you eat at a restaurant? Do you go to the bathroom and wash your hands
Most people
first?
don't.
Usually at a public restaurant,
again,
I don't, but I should.
That's what
You're right.
I'm saying. Your hands are dirty.
Yeah, you're right. That's mostly when I feel like you should wash your hands when you're public.
Yeah.
But whatever, it's my germs.
I'm good about it in the bathroom. I've always been good about that. But I brush my teeth. But I don't think I've ever gotten my hands clean to eat, and that's gross.
Me either.
That is gross.
Yeah.
And I've never thought about it, and it's been many decades.
This segment's really opening up my eyes on a lot of things.
Yeah.
Let's check the talkback messages real fast. You can send us a talkback anytime. Just download the iHeartRadio app for your cell phone.
Good morning, Brew Crew. Restaurant menus.
Yep.
How many times have you actually seen anybody wipe those things down? I've actually been to a Denny's here in Salem where I grabbed the menu and there was poop.
No.
Up in the upper right-hand corner.
How do you know it was poop?
I
I
told
would
the
leave.
waitress,
I
and
don't.
she's like, "Oh, okay," and then just handed me another one like it was no big deal. Disgusting.
Oh,
I'm
bro.
totally on
How do
Laura's
you?
team.
Sorry, what?
I want to know how he knew. Did he sniff it?
Yeah,
could
I
he
feel
smell
like
it?
sometimes you know.
Could he smell the poop?
Yeah, it's just nutty.
I
But
would
maybe
think
it was
someone-
refried beans or something.
It could have been that, or somebody could have changed their baby.
Yeah, it could have been
On
a
the table.
slew of things, but
But the
On
refried
on the
beans,
table.
it could have been that.
There's not refried.
Do they
fried
have those
beans
at Denny's?
No.
Yeah.
is it taco night?
Yeah, I don't think they got
It's
Thank God.
tonight.
I'm totally on Laura's team today. Just swim in that cesspool. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
God made dirt and dirt don't hurt. All right.
Another little saying from Laura that could go on a T-shirt, but
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what all the dirty
shouldn't.
kids used to say at school.
What's things in public do you really hate touching? 98197 is our Lazy Boy text line. We are commercial free thanks to Lazy Boy on 105.9 The Brew. All right, Trash Banditos. It's finally happening this Saturday. Montevilla Park is where we are going to be cleaning that area up. And we need you to sign up. We just are looking for some volunteers, people that want to do some good, put a little dent in the littering problem here in Portland. And, you know, we understand we're not going to solve the problem Saturday, but
Right.
at least we'll clean up Montevilla Park and make it look nice.
I would challenge people to go a step further than signing up. I would say sign up and talk someone else into it. You know,
Right.
if we can kind of pass the buck a little bit, we'll get some strength in numbers and really make more of a difference than we could on the other hand.
And to your point, if you're thinking, 2-hour commitment on a Saturday, I don't want to do that. Well, the more the merrier, and the more people we have, the quicker we will get it done.
Maybe we're not there for 2 hours.
Yeah.
We just do the job.
But it's time to saddle up
Get it going.
and join the bandits.
That's right.
Trash Bandits, right, cowgirl Laura?
Yeehaw!
Thank you, cowgirl Laura. Thank you. A little delayed, but I appreciate it.
She's getting off her horse.
Sign up now at 1059thebrew.com. We got like 120-something spots, and those are filling up quick. So thanks to all the people who have already signed up. I do know that Casey Beefwater Bay will be in his Trash Panda costume.
Yes.
It arrived the other day. I think we put a picture of it on our Instagram.
It is online, yes, 1059 The Brew on IG. And I got to say, it looks pretty scary because right now it's in a vacuum sealed.
Yeah, it looks like roadkill at the moment.
It's frightening.
It's going to be great, though. He's going to look very cute in his raccoon outfit.
And I got a text message from Big John, who's also going to be in his Trash Panda costume. And I also heard from some listeners, I guess they're going to be, some listeners are going to be dressed as inmates.
Which is going to be an interesting look.
I mean, we're going to get the police called on us.
The group photo is going to be amazing. You know, like if you got to dress like a pirate, you do whatever you got to do. Show up,
I guess,
and crush.
But yeah, 1059thebrew.com is the website. Come on out. Casey really hates being in costume, which will be fun.
Which is exactly why we're putting him
watch him
in yet another costume.
I hope there's a, no rain, but a little dew so we can get that kind of ratty raccoon feel.
Yeah.
Either that or we'll just rub a little water on it.
What's the weather looking like for Saturday? I know last week it was looking good.
It's actually, it's still good.
Okay.
It's just not as epic as it was going to be. We're going to have a high of around 60 and dry.
My phone says 63 degrees and rain.
And that rain that was on there, it was for 15 minutes today.
Yeah,
Look
you know
at mine.
what? You know what? You know where you live. Who cares? It's
And
just a little
it's not-
moisture in the air.
It is such a small amount of moisture for an Oregonian that you might not even call it rain.
Right.
It just sucks that
Put on your galoshes.
it's surrounded by
and,
sunny days.
Yeah,
We've
but you
only
never know.
Look, for 1 hour, there's a 15% chance of rain on my
Okay,
phone.
that's good.
And also,
I'm
yeah,
going to be there regardless. Laura and Drew will be there
well,
regardless.
I'm still gonna wait out and see how the weather
Okay,
handles,
yeah,
but
okay.
like you guys are
We
gonna do
will
a great
be
job
there.
Yeah.
We're real Oregonians.
So sign up to be a Trash Bandito, 1059thebrew.com, and
I'm ready.
saddle up.
I'm ready to get this taken care of.
I'm ready as well.
I was stoked though because I gave my kids the out not to go, and Amy and them were like, "No, we're gonna go to this thing. We had fun last time. It wasn't just a
Yeah,
duty.
that's
It was a
awesome.
good time. So if you've got older kids or whatever who can make a difference, sign them up.
It's also going to be Earth Day and 420. So if you want, you're going to have to provide your own little weed brownie, but just take an edible and come on out and clean up garbage. Just don't get lost.
Whatever your productive dose is.
Hey,
Yeah, you're gonna
whatever.
get lost in the neighborhood somewhere.
Like we started with 120, we are now down to 9.
Watch, they'll get so carried away, they'll go from Montevilla to who knows where, Troutdale.
It's like, I don't know how I got to Wilsonville.
What am I doing?
Sign up today, 1059thebrew.com. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll play you a clip. Did you guys watch Saturday Night Live?
Oh my God!
I think that's what I was going to talk to you about earlier.
Oh,
Because Laura and I talked about Saturday Night Live. She watched SNL over the weekend, and I just saw some clips.
Classic stuff.
Drew and I saw the full clip this morning of Beavis and Butthead, on a skit. Ryan Gosling played Beavis.
Oh, it was so great because it was a different take on the whole Beavis and Butthead thing.
Yeah.
But if you grew up with any of that, it's hilarious.
I never watch SNL, and I didn't watch it on Saturday night. I watched the clips after the fact because I remembered. I was like, Ryan Gosling was on this weekend. I'm
Yeah.
going to check it out. And every clip I watched was hilarious.
Right. We'll play some audio for you coming up next. All right, a couple of clips I want to play for you this morning, and you can see the stuff at 1059thebrew.com as well. First off, Saturday Night Live was really funny. They had Ryan Gosling as the host, and he dressed up as Beavis in one segment. I guess there's another guy. I guess he's a cast member, but the other guy dressed up as Butthead.
Yeah.
And it was really funny.
When he put on the Beavis hair, I mean, it was amazing how much he looked like him.
Yeah, now I want to be like a live-action Beavis and the Butthead movie with Ryan Gosling as Beavis.
It very well could happen.
That'd be great. And I love that, obviously, the woman in the show who like turned around and broke during the bit hadn't seen them in costume yet because she like was genuinely surprised when she saw the two of them.
Yeah, she broke character each time.
What do you call that hair? A pompadour?
A pompadour. That's what he called it in the show. So.
Amazing.
Here's just a little clip.
You two really don't know that you look like Beavis and Butthead.
You can hear him laughing.
I've heard rumblings that I look like someone from TV, but it's just... Maybe it's this Beavis person, I don't know. I don't watch much television. I have an incredibly busy life.
Yeah, I'm very busy too.
And they look identical to Beavis and Butthead.
The Butthead is great as well with the lip.
Yeah.
So that video, if you want to see it, it's online at 1059thebrew.com. Also, online, this is gone viral. So Bon Jovi is now talking about his future. John Bon Jovi's talking about his future.
Yeah, by the way, they've got a new Hulu special coming out on April 26th.
Is that called It's My Life?
No, but
Now or
a
Never?
missed opportunity.
He says basically that the tour pretty much relies on if he can do it or not. Because he says, if my vocals aren't up to what they used to be, then I'm not going to do it. Well, they weren't up to where they used to be on that recent tour, and he still did it.
Yeah, and maybe he knows that he's losing it. Like losing the vocal.
Yeah, I'll play you a clip here in a second, but here's John Bon Jovi discussing his health.
This series does go into the origins of the band and the journey of the band, but it also takes us through your health challenges. How you feeling today?
Day to day.
Yeah.
Day to day.
Yeah.
You know, I'm working hard on it. I flew here to California yesterday. Before I got on the plane, vocal therapy, you know? So I don't do anything if I can get that in first. You know, nothing else matters until I work on getting better.
And he's going to need a lot of vocal therapy. Here is an example of what he sounds like. I think this is from recently. When the backup singers start to sing, they save it. And these are pretty great songs that he was just really getting into, right?
Yeah.
He threw a lot, you can hear in the album, he's putting a lot of energy into it. This is what you would hear if you're walking through a county fair. The local band doing some covers, and
This is like
they're not hitting a note.
This is like 1 o'clock in the morning at the Alibi.
Yeah, this
you know
is
what I mean?
hammered
That's what,
karaoke.
yeah, that's what you're hearing.
So those are the backup singers.
Yeah, they sound great.
All right, yeah.
Maybe his in-ear monitor was just
No,
not
it's every
working.
show.
Oh, okay.
And
Is it not working at every show?
But at least he's acknowledging it, you know, because
That's true.
What do the rest of these guys do? What is like the Vince Neils of the world do? They just go out and sing it
And
and
they
take
deflect.
The check.
They're like, screw
They're
you
like,
guys.
"Yeah,
That's
it's
some
not-
fun.
It's your ears, man.
Like you just mumbled your way through Dr. Feelgood.
That's your opinion,
I paid $400 for these tickets.
You know, he just
Sounds like a you problem.
Yeah. I'm fine, man.
And listen, in their defense, it is hard to say no to all that money that you're
Right,
going
and
to
I
be
mean-
getting going on tour.
And your pride has got to take a hit, too, for you to say, man, I just don't sound as good as I used to. Maybe we should hang it up.
But it doesn't even
That's
sound
gonna
like
be
he's
tough.
trying. That's my problem. It doesn't even sound like he is trying.
Yeah.
I feel like there are karaoke singers at the Alibi who could do better.
I'm surprised there aren't more people who just don't shut it down. I mean, 40 years is a long time to play a group of songs, you're not even the same person. You don't have the
Right.
same vocal cords. You don't have the same range.
I'm
And then
convinced-
it's like you're judged on it. Like, I'd bounce too.
And then also, like, how embarrassed are you? Like, it's some of the
Yeah.
subject matter and, like, the lyrical content.
And
You've
when you
gotta
go
feel
viral for being
embarrassed
terrible.
singing some of that stuff that you wrote when you were 21 years old.
When you go viral for not hitting a
being
note
bad,
in your song, like
yeah,
that sucks.
nobody wants that.
And it's like, well, I sang
playing it right 4 billion times, but now the world will play
Yeah,
this one.
True. And I mean, people will still show up to see these people in concert, so I guess.
But I am convinced that money problems are a bigger issue for rock stars than we really get. You know, like I think
they grow accustomed to a certain lifestyle,
yeah,
and then they keep
and then they
living that
realize
way.
either you got to sell this house or you got to make some money, do a new album, go on tour or something. And I really am convinced that that's probably what Ozzy's situation was at one point, and a lot of these guys.
That's why every band retires and unretires.
Yeah,
Because they need money.
the images, yeah, they've got tons of money. They've been doing it forever. But I bet you they spend money like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And then they find themselves in situations where if they don't start selling off assets, they've got to work.
And I'm sure they were all robbed on record deals, just like
Yeah.
what's
Sure,
happening
yeah.
now. And so they're like, well, how do you make your money? You tour. Well, if my voice is destroyed, I can't do that. Oh, well, I guess I'll try.
Yeah, that's true.
I do it. I go there and sing flat for $1
Oh
million.
my God, I would sound like a day stripper collecting checks.
Thank you and good night.
It's nice seeing everybody.
Anyway, all those videos are online at 1059thebrew.com. Just click on Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Also, our Donkey Show podcast. We're going to record that next. It's the show after the show, completely unedited and uncensored.
Yeah.
And you can hear that at the website as well.
Yes, bing, bing.
The Cash Karen is back. $1,000 every hour. Pretty nice way to kick off the week, I think.
Take $1,000. That'd
Fill
be
up
nice.
those pockets.
Your next chance at the money is coming right after Sublime on the Brew. What's up, kiddos? Thanks for checking out Tanner, Drew, and Laura's Donkey Show podcast. Heard online at 1059thebrew.com, the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Tanner, Drew's here. Laura's here. Court's in here this morning.
Hi.
And I think we should start with a song today.
Okay. All right.
Something to get us all in the mood. And I think I have just the thing, you guys. I have just the thing.
It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everything is fucked, everybody sucks. You don't really know why, but you want to justify ripping someone's head off. No human contact, and if you interact, your life is on contract. Your best bet is to stay away, motherfucker. It's just one of those days. It's all about the he said, she says bullshit. Think you better quit letting shit slip, or you'll be leaving with a fat lip. It's all about the he said, she says bullshit. I think you better quit talking that shit. It's just one of those days. Oh,
it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
That's a classic.
I actually like that a lot.
A lot, right? Isn't that good?
I would actually listen to
when
that.
When I heard it yesterday, I listened to it about 10 times in a row because I liked it so much.
Yeah.
I was like, does he have a full version online? I need to hear the whole thing.
Makes me want to burn down a porta potty.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Right.
Good lyrics will do that.
Fred Durst liked it so much he reposted it. So.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Yeah. Even Limp Bizkit liked that. So there you go. A little folk version of Break Stuff. Remember that song came out. Like, remember the video? It had
How much stuff got broken?
Eminem. Well, it started a riot at
Woodstock.
Yeah, Woodstock.
And that's just one day of playing it. You can imagine how many things were broken all over America.
I'm surprised if they still play the song, because like 3 Days Grace, for example, won't play their song Riot because they're afraid of starting a riot. So I wonder, because that song actually did start a riot, I'm surprised they still play it. I'm glad they do because I love it. But
I mean, I don't see Limp Bizkit ever being
backing down to that,
or just being cognizant of mores and things like that, norms, and just kind of plowing straight through and like, yeah, screw you guys, we're gonna play it anyhow. So,
we're gonna have Corey Feldman open for
That's
it.
right. There you go.
And
Your shit.
with Limp Bizkit, he's sort of racing hits that are going to get a little light on the catalog.
Right. They don't have many. They don't have
best
many.
to play them all.
So there you go. We'll put that online if you want to see it at 1059thebrew.com. How was your weekend, Court?
It was pretty good. I'm trying to remember what happened this weekend.
It just goes by so fast.
Yeah. I went and saw one of my friends play a little show up in Camas, and
At just like a bar? Or?
yeah, there's a bar up there called a Beer at a Time. It's actually a really cool bar, and they're just a cover band, so they just go up there. And,
Nice.
Yeah,
It's nice of you to support your buddy.
Yeah.
Hang out.
Are you allowed to buy more than one beer at a time?
You can buy multiple beers.
It's
at
not
a
like
time.
Chuck E. Cheese.
No,
so
it
it's
should be
one beer an hour.
Because I like that they could change the name to Beers at a Time, and I'll be up there in a half hour.
Yeah.
I didn't do much this weekend either. I did some chores yesterday. Saturday, I just hung around the house, but I started binge watching Fallout.
Oh yeah. I started watching that too.
I saw the first episode, I think Friday or Thursday or something, and I thought it was just one episode. I think it was Thursday because I thought it was just one episode a week, but the whole season's already up there, all 8 episodes. So I binged through like 5 episodes over the weekend, and I never played the game, but I'm loving the show.
Yeah, the show's great. I'm the same way. I never played the game. The only thing I really knew about Fallout was the little cartoon character guy with the thumbs up.
thumbs up.
Yeah,
dude.
that's it. That's all.
And
I really
the name
knew.
of the wrist thing, because I always see it at GameStop, the Pit Boy.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
It's like a computer on their wrist.
Yeah.
And I think I just remember seeing like the places I buy toys from will have it.
It's the Apple Watch from the future.
It is, right. But it's a really good show, and the reason I'm bringing it up is because I never played the game and I'm still enjoying it. So I think
Yeah, and that's good news because when you hear a video game show, you're like, well, that's not a game I'm familiar with.
That's not for me, right?
But I watched the trailer, and Laura did too. We all watched it in here, and you could tell by the first shot, even before you hit play, that it was filmed right.
It's filmed like a movie.
Right.
The special effects are incredible.
Yeah, and I
they
think
must have spent a ton.
Even
you
that
do
color
it-
and lighting is amazing too.
Yeah, and if you do it right, it doesn't matter if you've played the video game or not.
Right.
Like if the storyline is good, if it's visually pleasing, like that's really all you need.
That's really what they should be doing with all, and that was the problem they had with so many other video games, movies. Like when you play Doom or when you watch Doom or whatever.
It's
like,
the worst movie.
They fall into this like you first person shooter sort of thing where like, all you see is the gun
It's
going around.
cheesy as
it's
fuck.
cheesy as hell. The story is stupid. You don't really care about anything that's happening. So like, yeah, start with the story, and that's the same thing with the Marvel movies and Star Wars movies.
Right.
Start with the story first, then add all the other junk